Welcome to Sleepy Scientist Stories. Tonight we step gently into something quietly strange, something so delicate, so mysterious, it might keep your thoughts quietly awake, even as your body begins to drift. But that's okay. If this story lingers just a little longer than your eyelids stay open, you'll at least have wonder to cradle you until sleep finally arrives. Before we begin, may I ask a small favor? If these explorations bring you rest, if you find yourself returning again and again to this quiet corner of the cosmos, please consider leaving a like or subscribing. It helps more weary minds find their way here. And I'm always curious, where in the world are you listening from? Maybe in a quiet house beneath northern lights, or a city where the trains still whisper through the night. I'd love to know your time, your place, the soft moment where science and sleep meet you. Feel free to leave a comment, even if it's the middle of the night. Especially if it's the middle of the night. Tonight's journey is called the illusion of reality. Together, we'll drift into the strange and wondrous ways your brain creates the world. Not as it is, but as it seems. Because the truth is, you're not perceiving reality directly. You're perceiving a story your brain composes second by second, woven from sensation, memory, and prediction. The world around you feels seamless and solid. But much of that smoothness is illusion, an illusion so complete, so gentle, that you almost never notice it's there at all. But you don't need to worry. We won't fall too far down the rabbit hole, just far enough to marvel at the strange, beautiful machine inside your skull. And if at any point your eyes begin to blur and your thoughts start to soften, you're already exactly where you need to be. Just remember, this is for reflection, not diagnosis. Nothing here is meant as medical advice. If anything worries you, speak to someone qualified. But for now, let yourself exhale. Close your eyes if you'd like. Let's begin. Your brain is not a camera. It's not even close. It doesn't record a crisp feed of the world like a camcorder. It doesn't simply absorb light and sound. Instead, it constructs a living model of the world moment by moment, using whatever fragments of information it can gather. And then it guesses the rest. This simulation, this mental model, is what you experience as reality. Think of your senses like input cables. Sight, sound, touch, taste, and smell, all feeding electrical signals into the brain. But those signals on their own are meaningless. The real magic begins when the brain interprets them, reinterprets them, filters and predicts. It compares what it expects with what arrives, and often what it expects wins. Let's take vision. When light enters your eyes, it hits your retina, where special cells convert it into electrical signals. Those signals travel along the optic nerve to the back of your brain, to the visual cortex. There, your brain tries to figure out what you're seeing: shape, color, movement, distance. But there's a twist. You have a blind spot, literally a hole in your vision where the optic nerve exits the eye. No receptors, no data. But you don't see a gap, do you? Your brain quietly fills it in using surrounding patterns. It patches the picture without ever alerting you. You don't see the guess. You just see the world, whole. And this guesswork isn't limited to one spot. Some neuroscientists believe vision itself is mostly prediction. Your brain sends guesses downward, expectations of what should be seen, and only when the incoming data doesn't match does it pause to update. This process is called predictive coding. It's why you can walk through a dark kitchen and still know where the counter is. Your brain fills in the blanks. It assumes the floor is there, the fridge, the drawer handle. You don't need perfect input. You just need a memory and a little context. That's why optical illusions are so delightful. They reveal the prediction engine at work. The Miller-Lyer illusion, for instance, tricks your brain into thinking two lines are different lengths when they're the same. Or the rotating mask illusion, where a concave face appears convex, because your brain expects faces to bulge outward. It insists on the wrong answer with such confidence that you see something that isn't there. And in a strange way, it would rather be confidently wrong than admit it doesn't know. This is true beyond sight. Sound, too, is interpreted. Vibrations in air reach your ears. Tiny bones move. Hair cells in your cochlea dance with the waves. But the signal your brain receives is just pressure. What you hear, music, laughter, footsteps, is your brain's interpretation. Your experience of sound depends on memory, on timing, on expectation. That's why you might hear your phone vibrate in your pocket when it didn't. Your brain predicted a buzz, and when none came, it played the sensation anyway. This predictive model also explains why you can walk without thinking. Your brain doesn't wait for feedback from your muscles. It guesses what the motion will feel like and only corrects if something goes wrong. It's called a forward model, and it's what makes your steps smooth. Without it, you'd move like a puppet. And yet, for all its elegance, the brain sometimes stumbles. Take the rubber hand illusion. A fake hand is placed in front of you. Your real hand is hidden. Both are stroked at the same time. And soon, you feel that the rubber hand is yours. Your brain has updated the body map to include plastic. Why? Because that's what the inputs suggest. Your brain doesn't just track where things are, it tracks what can be done. You don't just see a cup, you see a cup you can reach. This is called affordance. Your perception includes the possibility of action. What you see is shaped by what you might do. And to keep all this manageable, your brain filters endlessly. At any moment, your senses receive millions of bits of data, but you only notice a sliver. You didn't hear the fridge until it turned off. You didn't feel your shirt until I mentioned it. That's selective attention, governed by the thalamus and prefrontal cortex. They decide what gets passed forward, what deserves awareness. You're not experiencing the full world, you're experiencing a curated reel, tailored for survival. And that's not a flaw, that's brilliance. You don't need to notice every photon, you just need a working model, something close enough, and your brain is exquisite at this. It stitches together the senses, sight and sound, pressure and position, into one seamless now. Even though light travels faster than sound, you experience them as simultaneous. That's synchronization. It's also why a slight delay on a video call feels jarring. The illusion slips. But most of the time, it doesn't. Most of the time, it works so well you never see the seams. That's the illusion of reality. You're living in a simulation, built not by machines, but by your own neurons. A virtual reality tailored to your body, your mind, your past. But that doesn't make it less real. It makes it personal. Reality is what your brain makes of it. And if that thought keeps you dreaming longer tonight, perhaps it's done its work. Your eyes may seem like windows, but they are not open portals to the world. They are translators, editors. They transform light into story. Your retina captures patterns. Your brain applies memory, context, bias. You think you see clearly. But what you see is what your brain thinks should be there. Every time your eyes move, 3 or 4 times each second, you technically go blind. The image blurs, but your brain hides it. It smooths the jump. You never notice the cut. Like a good film editor, it stitches together motion into continuity. Even your blind spot, the place where no data enters, is filled in without your awareness. Your brain paints over the absence using color and texture from nearby. It doesn't ask permission, it just does it. Not to fool you, but to help. Vision is not designed for accuracy, it's designed for meaning. You don't need to know every reflection on every surface. You need to find shelter, spot danger, read a face, and context matters. Color, for instance, is not fixed. A red apple in sunlight is not the same as a red apple in shadow, but you perceive them both as red. Your brain corrects for lighting automatically. That's why some people saw a dress as white and gold, others as blue and black. The image didn't change, but the assumptions about light did. The checker shadow illusion shows 2 squares, one in light, one in shade. They look different, they're the same. Your brain corrected for the shadow without telling you, not to deceive, but to give you a more stable world. And faces. Faces are special. Your brain has a dedicated region, the fusiform face area, just for recognizing them. You see faces in clouds, in power outlets, in toast. It's called pareidolia. You're wired to find eyes and mouths, expressions and emotion everywhere. Because in our evolutionary past, missing a face could mean missing a threat or a friend. This sensitivity is so strong that you can feel watched by something that isn't alive. Your brain responds to suggestion, and in low light, it relies even more on prediction. That's when jackets look like lurking figures, when a chair seems to move in the corner of your eye. It's not that your senses are failing, it's that your brain is working too well. It would rather guess than leave a blank. This is the wonder of perception. It's not a passive feed, it's an active creation, and while you rest, it keeps shaping the world around you and within you. In the next quiet moment, we'll explore how the body tells stories of its own, through touch, through taste, through scent, through silence. But for now, take a slow breath. Let your brain soften, let the illusion settle like dust in moonlight. You're not just observing the world, you're dreaming it, moment by moment. And that dream is yours. Sometimes your brain isn't just observing the world, it's building it. It takes bits of light and sound and touch and fills in what's missing, inventing a version of reality that feels smooth and whole. It isn't trying to lie, it's trying to be helpful. It wants things to make sense, even if that means conjuring what isn't there, like when you see faces in clouds or feel watched in a quiet room. This isn't imagination. It's pattern recognition turned up so high it overflows. Your brain has a special place for faces, the fusiform face area, a patch of neurons in the temporal lobe that lights up when it thinks it sees a face. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's not. But it always tries. That's why a smiling rock or a surprised electrical outlet can seem eerily familiar. It's why emojis feel expressive, even though they're just punctuation dressed in suggestion. Faces matter, so your brain errs on the side of seeing them everywhere. In milliseconds, it registers emotion, threat, or friendliness. It catches a smirk or a glare before you can name it, because long before you had words, you had faces to understand. And that same brain, eager to help, also filters out change. You might miss the rearranged lamp in a room or a person swapping places in a photo. It's called change blindness, and it reveals something subtle. You only see what you attend to. Your eyes gather light, but your brain chooses the story. It edits, anticipates, streamlines. When attention drifts, so does detail. The world doesn't pause, but your awareness does. In low light, tired moments, or unfamiliar spaces, your brain leans harder on memory and prediction. It fills shadows with shape, coats silence with worry, mistakes a coat on a chair for someone waiting in the dark. Better safe than sorry. Better to flinch at a branch than miss a snake. Evolution gave you caution, not clarity. And yet most of the time, your guesses are close enough. You catch a ball, recognize a friend across a street, walk a path you've never fully mapped. Your brain isn't perfect, it's practical. It favors useful illusions over raw truth. Even in sleep, that illusion maker stays busy. Dreams build landscapes with no input, just memory and imagination recycled through the visual cortex. You visit cities that never existed, see light that has no source, wake with the feeling you've been somewhere else, guided by a film projected from within. It's a quiet magic. The eye sees, yes, but the brain interprets, and what you see isn't always what's there. Sometimes it's what your mind hopes, fears, or expects. And then there's sound, the invisible thread weaving space and time together. Close your eyes and listen. A hum, a creak, a voice. Each is just a ripple of air molecules, vibrations passed from space to skin, from eardrum to inner ear. Tiny bones carry the motion inward to the cochlea. A spiral filled with fluid and hair cells. These cells dance, turning movement into electricity. The brain receives the pulses and begins to imagine. Sound becomes meaning. Meaning becomes story. Your brain fills in missing syllables, corrects muffled words, and completes sentences broken by coughs. It doesn't just hear, it guesses. It hears what it thinks should be there. And often, you never notice the difference. That's why a voice over static still makes sense. That's why you understand speech through a bad phone connection. The mind anticipates, smooths, patches. The phone restoration effect proves it. Even when a sound is replaced by noise, you still hear the whole word. Your brain edits the track for you. But sound isn't only heard, it's also seen. The McGurk effect shows you this clearly. Watch someone say one word, hear a different one, and your brain lands somewhere in between. What you see reshapes what you hear. A puppet speaks, and your mind believes it. That's the ventriloquist effect. Your ears know the truth. Your eyes insist on something else. The brain picks the more consistent story, not the truer one. And that's why calls feel harder than face-to-face chats. Without lip movement and facial rhythm, your brain loses cues. It strains to understand, working harder in the dark. Yet sound, even stripped of image, still cuts deep. A baby's cry, a friend's laugh, a name across a noisy room. They reach you fast and unfiltered. The auditory system is swift, wired for survival. You react to a snap of a twig before you know why. The amygdala listens too, shaping fear, alertness, memory. Sharp sounds trigger readiness. Gentle ones bring ease. This is why music moves you, not just through melody, but through prediction, tension, and release. A surprise chord, a sudden silence, a familiar rhythm. All of it touches your body, shifts your breath, stirs memory. Even infants react to tunes, noticing when a note is out of place. Music is not learned. It is remembered from somewhere deeper. It lifts mood, anchors time, brings calm. Dopamine, serotonin, they rise and fall with melody. And then there's the voice, the most human sound of all. Not just in words, but in tone, pace, inflection. A sigh holds meaning. A pause says more than a phrase. You hear worry, joy, sarcasm before the sentence ends, and your own name, it pierces noise like a signal flare. Even in a crowded room you notice it. That's the cocktail party effect. Your brain listens, even when you don't, but it must filter. Without it, the world becomes unbearable. Every rustle, tick, hum would fight for attention. So your mind chooses what to hear. It prioritizes, ignores, alerts. Sudden sounds, a slammed door, a dropped plate, bypass the filters. They demand reaction. Meanwhile, soft repetition, waves, rain, white noise helps the brain settle. Slow patterns slow the heart. Predictable rhythms soothe the nerves. That's why lullabies work. That's why ambient sounds cradle you to sleep. Your mind recognizes safety and simplicity. And yes, the brain can hallucinate sound. In stress, fatigue, or isolation, it sometimes invents voices, songs, whispers. This isn't madness. It's imagination meeting absence. It's the brain refusing silence. You may hear your phone buzz when it hasn't, or your name when no one called it. The auditory system expects sound, and when it doesn't arrive, it creates, overachieving once more. Now reach for something nearby. Notice the feel, the fabric of a blanket, the texture of skin, the wood of a table. Touch is constant and often unnoticed, but it's profound. Beneath your awareness, nerves fire. Receptors in the skin, mechanoreceptors for pressure, thermoreceptors for temperature, nociceptors for pain, all send signals upward. The skin, your largest organ, becomes a map of connection. Some touches are sharp, specific. Others are broad and warm. Some fade fast. Others linger. Touch tells you where you end and the world begins. It marks boundary, safety, invitation. A chair beneath you, a breeze on your neck, a pat on the back. Each is more than sensation. Each is information. And when that touch comes from another human, it carries even more. Social touch is different. A hug, a handshake, a gentle brush on the arm. These activate special nerve fibers tuned to emotional meaning. They reach not only the sensory cortex, but also the insular and anterior cingulate, places where feeling lives. That's why a soft hand can soothe pain. Why a reassuring touch can lower stress. Touch speaks without words. It connects when language fails. And all of this, sight, sound, and skin, is filtered through the same gentle goal: to make meaning, to keep you safe, to offer a world you can understand, even if it's not exactly the world that is. Of all the senses that shape your world, touch may be the most quietly profound. The brain doesn't merely register a touch, it interprets it as emotion. A loving hand on your shoulder is more than pressure and temperature, it's connection. Even as a newborn, before language or memory, you're wired to respond to skin-to-skin contact. It soothes, regulates, nurtures. Premature infants who are touched regularly thrive more than those who are not. Touch isn't optional, it's survival. Humans are social animals, and touch is one of our oldest forms of communication. Beyond this, there's another layer of sensation often forgotten: proprioception, the inner awareness of body position. You can reach out in the dark and find your way without looking. Your brain constantly gathers information from muscles, joints, and tendons to map your body's place in space. Lose this sense and the world becomes unsteady. Movements that once felt natural now require conscious effort, as if you're puppeteering your own limbs. This sense runs silently in the background until it's gone, and then its absence reshapes everything. Alongside these, taste and smell form another pair of quiet storytellers. They're not distant like sight or sound. They require contact. Molecules enter your body and speak directly to your brain. Taste detects the basics: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, umami. Each flavor carries meaning. Sweet signals energy. Salt helps balance fluids. Sour warns of spoilage. Bitter can mean poison. Umami hints at protein. But flavor is incomplete without smell. When you eat, scents drift up behind the palate to olfactory receptors in your nose, a process called retronasal olfaction. It's why a cold flattens flavor. The nose isn't blocked, but its signals no longer reach the emotional centers of the brain. Unlike other senses, smell bypasses the thalamus and heads straight for memory and emotion hubs, like the amygdala and hippocampus. That's why a single breath of sunscreen can summon a whole summer from years ago, or why the scent of old books can bring back a rainy afternoon in vivid clarity. And while we may struggle to name odors, we can distinguish more than 1 trillion of them, subtle differences that speak directly to the emotional brain. Smell even influences social behavior. Humans emit chemical cues, pheromones, and our brains detect them unconsciously. Studies suggest scent may play a role in selecting genetically compatible mates. You don't choose a partner by scent alone, but something quiet and ancient is at work behind the scenes. Another overlooked sense, interoception, doesn't track the outside world at all. Instead, it reads the inner state of the body. Thirst, hunger, heart rate, breath, all are monitored continuously. This internal feedback helps guide behavior. Drink when thirsty, sleep when tired, breathe deeper when anxious. Interoception also underpins emotion. Nervousness feels like fluttering in the gut. Anxiety feels like a tight chest. Contentment hums in the body. Some researchers believe emotions are, at heart, interpretations of bodily signals. Is it anger or low blood sugar? Excitement or caffeine? People vary in interoceptive sensitivity. Some detect the soft rhythm of their own heartbeat. Others are barely aware of mounting stress until it crashes in. This sensitivity shapes self-awareness and mental health. Together, touch, proprioception, smell, taste, and interoception form an intimate group of senses, those that turn inward or draw the world inward. Unlike the distance of sight or hearing, these senses are deeply personal. They bring the world close, process it through the body, and tint it with memory and feeling. But like all senses, they're interpretive, not literal. The brain fills in blanks, adjusts for context, invents when needed. Consider phantom limb pain. Someone loses a limb yet still feels its presence, sometimes with pain. The body part is gone, but the brain's internal map still includes it. The sensation feels real because it is real to the brain. Through mirror therapy, where a mirror reflects the intact limb to simulate the missing one, the brain can be retrained to update its map. This reveals neuroplasticity, the brain's ongoing ability to adapt. It reshapes perception based on new input. The same applies to every experience. Whether walking on sand or sipping tea, your perception is a story told by your nervous system, updated by time, experience, and emotion. These stories are deeply woven into memory, another marvel of adaptation. Memory isn't a file cabinet of truth. It's more like a kitchen where the brain improvises with whatever ingredients it can find. Each act of remembering changes the memory itself. The brain doesn't retrieve an original, it reconstructs, reshapes, retells. That process begins with encoding. What you notice, what grabs your attention, is more likely to be stored. Irrelevant details fade quickly. Once encoded, memories are distributed across brain regions. A single moment might be scattered across sight, sound, emotion, fact, woven like a tapestry across the cortex. Retrieving a memory reactivates those regions, but in doing so, the memory is modified. Details shift, embellishments appear, meaning evolves. You don't remember the original, you remember the last time you remembered. This is memory reconsolidation. It explains why memory is both vivid and fallible. People can be led to remember things that never happened. A gentle suggestion, a family story repeated often, even a photo can implant a false memory. In one study, people believed they'd been lost in a mall as children, a made-up event. Yet their brains filled in details. They weren't lying. Their minds built a memory from suggestion. Even authentic memories are shaped by emotion, fear, and joy. Amplify encoding. Flashbulb memories, moments seared into your awareness, feel sharper. You may remember where you were during a significant event, but even those memories shift over time. You remember the emotion more than the facts. The rainy vacation feels sunny because the laughter was real. The argument is remembered for the hurt, not the words. Emotion rewrites memory. Beliefs shape it too. If you see yourself as quiet, you may recall moments of shyness and overlook boldness. Confirmation bias skews recall. Not to deceive, but to preserve identity. Memory is narrative. You are, in part, the story you tell yourself about your past. The autobiographical self, the narrator within, curates and edits that story constantly. Childhood memories are often based on photos, family anecdotes, not first-hand experience. Source amnesia confuses what you lived with, what you heard. Over time, the brain folds it all together. Then there's déjà vu, that strange flash of familiarity in a brand new moment. It may stem from a brief mismatch in memory timing, a hiccup in processing. Your brain flags the experience as familiar, even when it's not. The reverse, jamais vu, makes the familiar feel odd or alien, like a word repeated until it loses meaning. Both are glimpses into the machinery of memory, usually invisible, occasionally exposed. And yet, despite its flaws, memory is astonishingly functional. It allows you to learn, adapt, love, and imagine. Procedural memory helps you tie shoes and ride bikes. Semantic memory stores knowledge. Episodic memory holds your story. These layers combine to create the richness of experience. Perhaps most astonishing, memory isn't just about the past. It's your tool for imagining the future. When you plan, dream, or picture tomorrow, your brain uses the same circuits it uses for remembering. The hippocampus, central in memory, is also key in future simulation. You project forward by looking backward. You improvise with what you've known to craft what might be. Memory, then, is both anchor and sail. It roots you in experience and helps you drift into possibility. It forgets, edits, distorts, but also guides, comforts, and inspires. And through it, the past lives on, not as a perfect record, but as a living, shifting story you carry forward. This is known as the constructive episodic simulation hypothesis. It suggests your memory evolved not just to help you reflect, but to help you prepare. And when you pause to consider that, it fits. Survival is not about perfect recall. It's about planning, imagining outcomes, learning from the past, and quietly rehearsing what might come next. Your brain constantly runs internal simulations, weaving together pieces of old experiences to sketch the future. That vacation you're picturing, the conversation you're rehearsing, the decision you're delaying, each one is built from fragments of memory stitched into possible tomorrows. This ability to blend past and future is what makes memory powerful, but also delicate. People with damage to the hippocampus often lose not just memory, but imagination. Without access to the past, the future becomes unreachable. But maybe that fragility is part of what makes memory beautiful. Because if it were rigid, it couldn't adapt. and it wouldn't be art. Your memories aren't static. They're evolving compositions. Every time you revisit them, you revise the story. You aren't just the keeper of your past. You're its quiet author. You shape the meaning over time. You change the tone. You don't just remember what happened. You remember what matters. And that's where the human part lives. If you've ever caught yourself wondering, who am I really? Then you've encountered one of the mind's oldest riddles. The self feels solid. You go to sleep and wake up believing you're the same person, just perhaps with heavier eyelids or colder hands. But look closer, and the seams begin to show. The brain isn't a unified voice, it's a chorus. Different regions for vision, emotion, speech, planning, each with its own rhythm, its own task. They negotiate constantly, exchanging signals in a tangle of thoughts. There's no single control room. The sense of I is something that emerges from this quiet storm of activity. In some cases, injury exposes just how fragile identity can be. A brain injury can shift personality, memory, or even erase the recognition of loved ones. In some ways, that's humbling. To realize that what you call you is not carved in stone, but delicately suspended in tissue. One of the clearest windows into this mystery comes from people who have undergone corpus callosotomy, split brain surgery. Their hemispheres can no longer speak to each other, and what follows is strangely revealing. The left brain, usually the center for language, tries to explain what the right brain knows but can't say. In one study, a patient shown a snow scene in the right hemisphere and a chicken claw in the left chose a shovel with one hand and a chicken with the other. When asked why, they said, "Oh, I need the shovel to clean the chicken coop." The left hemisphere had no knowledge of the snow. It just invented a story that made sense. That's what your brain does all the time. It fills gaps, smooths inconsistencies, and shapes a narrative. The truth isn't required, only coherence. Neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga called this the interpreter. It's like your brain's press secretary, always ready with a reason, even when it's guessing. You scratch your head and your brain says, "It itched." But the action may have come first. Consciousness might not guide the hand. It may follow, assigning a story after the fact. Some experiments support this. In studies using EEG, people asked to press a button at will showed brain activity beginning before they reported the decision. It's as though the brain decides and consciousness catches up. This doesn't mean you're a puppet. Think of it like a rider and an elephant. Your conscious mind is the rider. It holds the reins, sets direction, but much of the motion comes from below, from intuition, emotion, and memory. The rider steers when it can. The elephant walks. Your brain stitches continuity between all this, past and present, to make the self feel solid. But identity shifts. 10 years ago, you may have held different beliefs, worn different clothes, loved different things. That old version of you still lives in memory, but feels like someone else. And in some ways, they were. Your brain rewires. Habits shift. And yet, your internal narrator connects the dots, painting a story of sameness over change. Some thinkers, like David Hume, argued that the self is not a solid thing, but a bundle, a stream of impressions, emotions, and thoughts flowing endlessly. Modern neuroscience largely agrees. You are not a fixed self, but a mosaic of perceptions, memories, and sensations that happen to align in time. Even something as simple as knowing where your body is involves layers. One map tracks where your hand is, another knows what it can do, a third knows it's yours. Normally these maps align, but in rare cases they don't. Some people with somatoparaphrenia feel a limb is no longer theirs. It's still attached, but their mind says otherwise. Selfhood is not a given, it's a construction. Even recognizing your own reflection takes time. Babies don't usually pass the mirror test until 18 months, and only a few other animals do. Elephants, chimps, dolphins, certain birds. Self-awareness is rare, fragile, and complex. So if the self is a story, is that a problem? Not really. Stories can be true even when they're invented. Rainbows are illusions too, not physical objects, but phenomena born of light and perspective. Yet they exist because we see them. The self is the same. It may not be a physical thing, but it is real as an experience. You are a process, not a product, a verb, not a noun. Your brain rewrites the script every day, adjusting to new input, emotions, and context. That flexibility is not a flaw. It's how you learn, adapt, and grow. You're not the same person you were last year, and that's the point. Then there are dreams, perhaps the most poetic proof that the mind is its own universe. Dreams are private films where you play every role: director, actor, audience. You fly without wings, swim through sky, hold conversations with people who aren't there, and none of it feels strange until you wake. Sleep is not rest. It's a stage. During REM, rapid eye movement sleep, your brain is nearly as active as when you're awake. Your eyes twitch, your muscles fall silent, your imagination lights up. Logic fades, emotions rise, visual scenes bloom. The brain isn't confused, it's composing. According to the activation synthesis hypothesis, your brainstem sends random signals upward. The cortex responds by crafting a story. Like improvising a play with no script. The plot may be nonsense, but the emotions are real. Another idea, the threat simulation theory, proposes that dreams help you rehearse danger. Running, falling, confronting, all experienced in a safe simulation. Your mind trains in the shadows, but dreams may also help memory. While you sleep, your brain reprocesses the day, strengthening some memories, pruning others. Dreams might be the sparks that fly off this quiet renovation. You dream of old friends, strange places, forgotten fears. It's like a party your brain throws while reorganizing the attic. And sometimes, in rare moments, you wake up inside the dream. That's lucid dreaming, when you realize you're dreaming without waking. Some can even steer the dream, fly, shift landscapes, speak with dream figures. Studies show that during lucid dreams, the prefrontal cortex, responsible for reasoning, turns back on, as if your waking self peeks in. People who practice lucid dreaming often use reality checks, looking at your hands, checking a clock. In dreams, hands look wrong, clocks melt or flicker. Once you spot the inconsistency, you become lucid. These dreams are more common in introspective minds or in those who drift back into REM after briefly waking. Around half of all people experience at least one lucid dream, but dreams can also blur the line between sleep and wake. Take sleep paralysis. You wake up but can't move. The body is still paralyzed from REM, as it should be, but your mind stirs first. And in that strange space, dream imagery leaks through. You might see a shadow in the room, feel a presence. It's terrifying, but not supernatural. Just a glitch in transitions. Cultures have long tried to explain this. Demons, spirits, night hags. But science sees it as a delay, one part of the brain waking faster than the other. Dream recall is elusive. Most dreams vanish within minutes. That's because the brain's chemistry during REM suppresses memory formation. Unless you wake mid-dream, you'll likely forget. But with a journal by your bed, you can catch more. Writing dreams upon waking strengthens the bridge. Over time, more stay with you, not because dreams are meant to be remembered, but because you choose to listen. And in those strange landscapes, those quiet theatres of the night, your mind shows you how deeply it can imagine. Even asleep, it writes stories, and in each one, the self, whatever that is, continues to dream. Within just a few weeks of journaling your dreams, something shifts. The dreams begin to stretch out, becoming more vivid, detailed, easier to catch as you wake. And though no two minds dream alike, some patterns echo across the world. You might find yourself flying, falling, running from something unseen, or showing up somewhere you didn't prepare for. Dreams of teeth crumbling or missed buses, of being late or exposed, appear in nearly every culture. They often reflect stress or longing, but not always in mysterious ways. Sometimes they simply reflect the anxious residue of a long day, and sometimes a walrus in a tuxedo is just a walrus in a tuxedo. Freud believed dreams were disguised messages from the unconscious, tangled in symbolism and desire. Though many of his ideas have faded from science, one still stands: that dreams reflect the inner weather of your mind. Even if they aren't riddles to solve, they are shaped by memory, emotion, and thought. From a neuroscience perspective, they offer a glimpse into the brain freed from the rules of waking life. While you're awake, your brain constantly tests its predictions against the world: sight, sound, balance. But in dreams, those checks vanish. No external input arrives. So the brain builds a world from what it already holds: impressions, fragments, memories, and hopes, and places you right inside the story. This internal theatre may be one of the brain's greatest feats. Even in sleep, the mind continues to simulate, explore, and connect. Some people have solved puzzles in dreams, woken with answers they couldn't find the night before. Artists, inventors, and scientists have long credited dreams as the source of breakthroughs. Paul McCartney dreamed the melody to Yesterday. Chemist Auguste Kekulé reportedly dreamed the ring structure of benzene as a serpent swallowing its tail. Whether these stories are myth or memory, they speak to the same truth: that your mind, left to wander, may find ideas it couldn't while awake. But dreams can also disturb. Nightmares are not just stories, they're felt. And when trauma lingers, dreams may become battlegrounds. Nightmares can disrupt rest, heighten fear, and repeat themselves night after night. Therapies like imagery rehearsal let people rewrite the script, imagining safer outcomes while awake, reducing their impact over time. In recent years, researchers have begun testing ways to gently guide dreams using sound, scent, or suggestion delivered during sleep. It's still new, but the idea is mesmerizing: to shape your dreams like soft clay, practicing courage or wandering imagined worlds while the body rests. In the end, dreams blur the edges of what's real. In dreams, you accept the impossible without question. A purple sky, a whispering tree, a goat that knows your name, it all makes sense until you wake, because your brain doesn't just accept the world, it builds it. And even if you don't remember your dream, it may stay with you, quietly shifting something inside. Your dreaming self is not separate from the self that drinks coffee or walks through traffic. It's a different mode of the same mind, rich, strange, and full of meaning, even when it seems absurd. As you sleep, your brain tells stories, not always logical, not always kind, but always yours, always alive. Consciousness is one of those things you think you understand until you try to describe it. Then it slips, soft and evasive. It's the presence behind your thoughts, the voice in your head, the awareness in your eyes. It's always there, and yet impossible to hold. At its simplest, consciousness is being aware of yourself, your surroundings, your thoughts. But this simple word conceals a puzzle so deep that even science stands in quiet awe. Because what makes consciousness mysterious is not that it exists, but that it feels like something. You don't just detect light, you see it. You don't just hear, you listen. You don't just touch, you feel. There's an inner quality to being alive that seems more than just circuitry. This is what philosopher David Chalmers called the hard problem of consciousness. Not how the brain processes sound or stores memory. Those are challenging, but solvable. The hard problem asks, why does processing produce experience? Why do signals create a world you can feel from the inside? Your brain is a 3-pound weave of neurons, passing electrical pulses, mixing chemicals, and yet from that emerges a sense of self that laughs, plans, mourns, wonders. It's like watching a private movie no one else can see, with no clue how the projector works. Dive inside, and you'll see neurons firing in complex harmony, vision in one region, movement in another, language, planning, emotion, each handled by its own team. But consciousness doesn't sit in a single spot. It seems to rise from the way all these parts speak to each other. Some scientists liken it to an orchestra. No solo player creates the music. It's the blend, the timing, the coordination that makes the melody. One theory, the global workspace model, imagines consciousness as a stage. Information from across the brain competes for attention. The winners step into the spotlight, shared with the rest of the mind. Your senses feed in data, Memory adds context. Attention decides what matters. And then the brain broadcasts this blend as conscious experience. But even that doesn't answer the deepest question. Why this internal glow? Why not just silent, mechanical processing, like a computer crunching code? Integrated Information Theory, or IIT, offers one proposal. It says consciousness arises from systems that are both deeply connected and richly varied, where every part influences others, and where the whole can exist in many possible states. In this view, consciousness is not something added, it's what such a system is. Like mass or spin, it's an intrinsic property. If so, anything, even machines, could be conscious if they're built the right way. Today's computers likely aren't. They're powerful, but not integrated or self-reflective. Still, the idea opens strange doors. Another theory, higher-order thought, argues that what matters is self-awareness. A thought isn't conscious unless another part of the brain knows it's happening. Pain is one thing, knowing you are in pain is another. This model suggests that humans are conscious because they reflect. They can think about their own thoughts. Other creatures may have smaller versions. Fish may feel, but not think about feeling. Consciousness may exist in layers, not a light switch, but a sunrise. Some even say, I could one day achieve this if it learns to reflect. But until then, our machines remain brilliant mimics, not minds. One of the strangest features of consciousness is the illusion of a unified self. You feel like a single I, watching, acting, deciding. But the brain doesn't work that way. It's a patchwork stitched from many systems. Sensory data, language, memory, emotion, all coordinated, but not from a central core. The self is an emergent effect, like a rainbow from rain and sunlight, and like a rainbow, it's real, but not made of things. In rare cases, this illusion breaks. People with certain conditions may feel detached from their own bodies or thoughts. Psychedelics can dissolve the ego entirely. Even awake brain surgeries have shown patients feeling their identity shift, piece by piece, depending on which region is touched. The self is not fixed. It is composed, edited moment by moment, and that raises more questions. When does consciousness begin? In a baby, before speech? In sleep, does it pause? What about in a coma? Brain scans have offered surprising answers. In one study, a patient in a vegetative state was asked to imagine playing tennis, and their brain lit up in just the right spots. In another, patients answered questions by imagining one task for yes, another for no movement, no speech. But conscious minds hidden behind silence. These glimpses remind us, consciousness can be quiet, faint but not gone, and even if no one else can touch it, your consciousness remains your own. You can study it, model it, scan it, but no one can feel your experience from the inside. That's its mystery. That's its grace. It is not just the backdrop of life. It is your life. It notices the stars, the breath in your chest, the ache in your memory. It is awareness, aware of itself. Whether born from neurons or something stranger, it is yours. A quiet companion, a warm light behind the eyes, a canvas on which all else is painted, not a puzzle to solve, a wonder to hold. And tonight, even as you drift to sleep, it remains, watching softly, listening gently, keeping you company. It's also the root of self-consciousness, that quiet awareness that other minds are watching, judging, understanding you. Your brain has a network built just for this. Regions like the medial prefrontal cortex, the temporoparietal junction, and the posterior cingulate light up when you think about someone else's thoughts or try to understand their intentions. These areas help you imagine other perspectives, build empathy, and step into someone else's shoes. They don't shout, they manage the background like stagehands adjusting the lighting for the human drama you walk through each day. But this system isn't flawless. It errs on the side of caution, sometimes imagining minds where none exist. That's your hyperactive agency detection at work. If the wind rustles the trees just right or a shadow darts across the wall, your mind whispers, "Something is there." In a world where mistaking a predator for a breeze could mean death, false alarms were a small price to pay. That survival instinct still lingers. You find faces in clouds, shout at printers, name your car. You give human motives to computers and traffic lights, even when they're just patterns and machinery. It's your brain's social software running in overdrive, interpreting randomness as intention. One famous example is the Haider-Zimmel illusion. In a simple animation, a few shapes drift and bounce around a screen, yet viewers describe love, conflict, escape. Triangles become characters. A circle becomes a hero. Your brain doesn't just see, it narrates. It turns geometry into drama. That instinct spills into everyday life. A frown suggests anger. Crossed arms mean distance. No eye contact, maybe guilt. But someone could just be cold, or tired, or thinking about dinner. Your mind builds stories quickly, but not always correctly. Still, it tries. It wants to know what others feel. It's why you can read subtle changes in faces. The fusiform face area specializes in this. Nestled in your temporal lobe, it allows you to spot a familiar face in a crowd or recognize a celebrity from a photo half hidden by shadow. It doesn't just identify, it decodes. A twitch of the mouth, a flicker in the eyes. Before you know what you've seen, you've already reacted. Beneath that surface lies another layer, mirror neurons. These remarkable cells fire when you move, and when you see someone else move the same way. Watch someone stub their toe, and your brain simulates the pain. It's one of the ways you feel what others feel. Empathy begins in action, but even empathy is selective. You're more likely to empathize with people who resemble you, think like you, or share your group. This in-group bias fosters connection, but also separation. It binds communities and builds borders. From infancy, humans seek social meaning. A baby locks eyes with a parent, tracks faces over objects, shows preference for kindness even in puppet shows. Social understanding begins early and grows richer with time. Sarcasm, for instance, is a high-wire act. You interpret tone, timing, and contradiction all at once. Not everyone finds it easy. Some neurodivergent minds, such as those on the autism spectrum, may miss those signals or interpret them differently. The ability to read others varies from mind to mind, but nearly everyone carries a running monologue inside, a stream of inner dialogue rehearsing. Moments, imagining scenes, replaying conversations. This internal narrator helps you model not only other minds, but your own. You ask, what might they say? What should I say back? What did they mean? Your brain writes scripts all day long, assigning roles, directing futures, casting doubt or hope or longing. This mental theatre never really closes. Even at rest, your brain is busy. The default mode network, regions involved in memory, reflection and simulation, lights up when you're doing nothing at all. It reviews scenes, replays lines, practices futures. It's your internal rehearsal space. And yet, even with all this complexity, your social intuition is not immune to mistakes. One is the fundamental attribution error, your tendency to explain others' actions by their character, not their context. If someone is rude, you assume they're mean. But if you're rude, it was a bad day. They had a flaw. You had a reason. It's a shortcut the mind takes, but it distorts the truth. Another quirk is the spotlight effect, the belief that others are noticing you more than they really are. You spill coffee on your shirt and feel like everyone's staring, but they're all busy worrying about their own shirts. We each believe we're at the center of the stage, but everyone's wrapped in their own scene. Still, for all its errors, your brain's ability to read people is extraordinary. It lets you cooperate, argue, fall in love, raise children, start civilizations. Every glance and pause and smile becomes data your brain processes and turns into meaning. We didn't evolve alone. We evolved in circles, in tribes, in noisy gatherings around firelight. Understanding others wasn't a luxury, it was a lifeline. And though we now speak through screens and emojis instead of hunting together or dancing in ritual, the machinery inside remains ancient. Your brain still tries to map motives, sense alliances, anticipate needs. Even when you're alone, you're imagining someone else. Reflecting on a comment, rehearsing a reply. The social brain stays active, always building bridges, even when no one's near. But even this wondrous system has deeper quirks, cognitive biases that steer your thoughts in odd directions. You like to think of yourself as logical, rational, but the truth is gentler. Your brain is a storyteller, not a calculator, and its stories are full of shortcuts. One of the most well-known is confirmation bias, the tendency to seek, notice, and remember information that supports what you already believe. You aren't trying to be stubborn. Your mind just prefers consistency. If you believe something causes headaches, you'll spot every instance that supports that, and forget the rest. In the echo chamber of the internet, this effect deepens. Algorithms feed you more of what you already like. The world reflects your thoughts back to you, and you start to mistake that mirror for truth. Then there's the Dunning-Kruger effect, where people with limited knowledge often overestimate their ability, while those who know more grow more uncertain. A little knowledge feels like confidence, but wisdom is knowing how much remains unknown. The result is a strange dance, where the loudest aren't always the most informed, and the quietest may hold the deepest insight. Hindsight bias follows close behind. Once something happens, it feels obvious. Of course they broke up. Of course the storm came. But that's just the brain smoothing the past, turning chaos into narrative, uncertainty into, I saw it coming. Then there's availability bias. You judge how common something is by how easily it comes to mind. If you've seen plane crashes on the news, flying feels dangerous, even though it's statistically the safest way to travel. The brain confuses what's vivid with what's frequent. Add to this your love of patterns, apophenia, the tendency to find meaning in randomness, faces in toast, coincidences that feel cosmic. Your brain would rather see order than admit uncertainty. It creates sense, even where none exists. Anchoring bias is sneakier still. The first number you see sticks in your mind, shaping everything after. A jacket marked down from $200 to $80 feels like a steal, even if it's only worth $30. That first number lingers, tugging your judgment toward it. Then comes the sunk cost fallacy. You've already spent time, money, energy, so you keep going, even when it's clearly not working. You sit through a boring movie because you paid for the ticket, but past cost shouldn't dictate future choices. Still, your brain clings to investment. It wants to believe effort means value. There's also the illusion of explanatory depth. You think you understand something until you try to explain it. Ask someone how a zipper works or a toilet flushes and watch confidence fade. What seemed obvious reveals itself as mysterious. Even your memories are biased. The peak-end rule suggests that you judge experiences based on the most intense moment and the final one. A difficult trip that ends beautifully might be remembered fondly. Your brain edits the story for emotional effect. Cognitive dissonance emerges when beliefs and actions conflict. To reduce the discomfort, your brain changes the narrative. If you do something difficult, you convince yourself it mattered. If you sacrifice, you believe it was for something noble. The mind wants alignment, and if it can't change behavior, it rewrites belief. Groupthink appears when the need for harmony overrides truth. You stay silent, nod along, suppress doubt, because being part of the group feels safer than standing alone. It served ancient tribes well, but it can lead modern minds astray. Yet all of this doesn't mean the brain is broken. These biases aren't flaws. They're features, born of the need to survive, to act quickly, to live in a messy, unpredictable world. They're not always right, but they often help. And the beauty is, once you know they exist, you can begin to watch for them. That awareness softens your edges. You become more patient with yourself, with others. When someone clings to a belief, maybe they're not irrational, just human, navigating life with the best tools evolution gave them. You too are full of contradictions, brilliant in one moment, blind in the next, capable of art, science, empathy, and also overconfidence, misjudgment, and misplaced certainty. Your brain isn't perfect, but it is astonishing. It fumbles, it creates, it tries. It's not always logical, but it's always alive, always learning, and even in its missteps, it reveals something beautiful, its hunger for meaning, its need for story, its drive to understand. In the end, your mind is both map and mystery, a compass that points imperfectly toward truth, and a reminder that being human is not about flawless thinking, it's about thinking at all, wondering, imagining, reaching, one breath, one thought, one dream at a time. Always, your brain is adjusting, refining, evolving, adapting not just to the world around you, but to the ever-shifting world within. And always, no matter how much it learns or how far it reaches, it remains wonderfully, irreversibly human. There's something deeply strange and quietly beautiful about that. You live each day inside a small window of perception, and yet you often mistake it for the whole of reality. You assume that what you see and hear and feel must be what others see and hear and feel. You walk through life believing the universe looks the way it looks to you. But in truth, your reality is just one version, a filtered rendering, tailored by evolution, shaped by your senses, and painted with the palette of your past. The world you move through is not the world as it is. It's the world as your nervous system allows you to experience it. The biologist Jakob von Uexküll once gave this idea a name, the Umwelt. It refers to the unique sensory universe that each creature inhabits. Every organism, from bat to bee, exists within a personal bubble of perception. The bat, blind to light, sees with echoes. The dog lives in a world of scent so rich and detailed that it could track a story days old across a forest floor. The bee sees ultraviolet trails splashed across flowers, colours we can't even imagine. These creatures all share the same planet with you, but they live in realities you'll never know firsthand. Even within your own species, perception is far more varied than you might think. Colourblind eyes interpret the world in different hues. Synesthetes taste shapes or see sound. Some autistic minds experience texture, sound, or light with a richness or intensity that feels alien to others. No two minds walk through quite the same world, and when you zoom out, you begin to realize just how limited the standard human really is. Your eyes can detect only a tiny sliver of the Bay electromagnetic spectrum, a narrow band we optimistically call visible light. But most of what exists, from infrared to gamma rays, lies beyond your reach. Snakes can see heat. Butterflies see patterns in ultraviolet. You can't see radio waves or microwaves or X-rays without machines. Your hearing, too, is modest. You can detect sounds between roughly 20 Hz and 20,000 Hz. But elephants speak in infrasound, far below your threshold, rumbling through the earth for miles. Bats and dolphins navigate the world through ultrasound, far above your range, bouncing sound off the world to build a vivid sonic map. To them, the air is alive with detail. To you, it's silent. And then there is smell, often treated as a lesser sense but rich beyond words. Your nose carries around 400 types of olfactory receptors, but dogs have over 1,000. A bloodhound can follow the faintest trail through fields and time. What you miss entirely, a dog may treat as obvious. For them, every place has a scent signature. Time itself has a smell. Touch, too, is limited. Some fish, like the electric eel, can sense electric fields around them. They live in a world shaped by invisible currents. Sharks can detect the faint electrical pulses of a heartbeat. Platypuses use these same cues to find prey buried in mud. These are realities buzzing all around you, but you have no access to them. Your body never evolved the keys. And then there's something even stranger, magnetoreception. Birds, sea turtles, even bacteria can detect Earth's magnetic field. They use it to migrate, to navigate, to orient themselves without ever needing a map. You, meanwhile, argue with GPS. Whether or not humans have this ability is still debated. If it exists, it's likely subconscious and faint. But what's clear is this: your experience of the world is deeply shaped by what your senses allow you to gather. Nature doesn't require you to know the whole truth, just enough to survive, eat, and avoid danger. Evolution shaped your mind, not for clarity, but for function. You see what you need to see. You hear what helps you communicate, and everything else, the vast rest of it, remains invisible. But this isn't a weakness, it's an invitation. Because while your senses are limited, your imagination is not. And with it, you've built tools that expand your reach. Telescopes let you see galaxies whose light left them before humans even existed. Microscopes reveal the worlds that thrive on your skin and inside your cells. Radio antennas catch whispers from distant stars. Infrared cameras let you see heat. Brain scanners glimpse thought in motion. Through machines, you've become a creature of extended senses, a sensory symbiont paired with technology, stretching your awareness into realms you never evolved to perceive. And the more you stretch, the more you realize how much there is to find. You live on the edge of a sea of the unknown. The universe is not what it seems. What you call reality is only a slice, one story among many. A bee sees ultraviolet patterns, a snake feels heat, a fish reads electricity. To each of them, their version is as real as yours. And perhaps it is. There may be no single version of the world, only overlapping realities built by different bodies for different lives. When you look at a flower, you see color and shape. To a bee, the same flower glows with patterns you cannot begin to fathom. Who's to say which version is correct? Even humans experience the world through different filters. Language, culture, and learning all shape perception. Some languages have dozens of words for snow, or use directions like north and south instead of left and right. These differences change how people navigate and remember. In one study, people who always use cardinal directions could reorient themselves effortlessly, even in unfamiliar places. The way we speak shapes the way we think, and the way we label the world reshapes the way we sense it. Wine tasters don't have special tongues, they have trained minds. They've learned to name subtle notes, and in doing so, they've learned to notice them. The more language you have for sensation, the more you feel. Vocabulary doesn't just express experience, it builds it. And so, reality is not fixed, it's constructed, moment by moment, breath by breath. Your brain builds it from memory, attention, and expectation. And this is not a flaw. It is the source of your flexibility. You're not locked into a single way of being. You can stretch. You can imagine. You can learn to see the world differently. But that same strength brings vulnerability, because when your brain builds your world, it can also distort it. You may mistake expectation for truth. You may confuse familiarity with accuracy. The mind fills in blanks. It smooths over gaps. It edits without telling you. And so humility becomes a strength, the recognition that your version of reality is not the only one. Compassion grows from that, because every person walks through a different world, and most of those worlds are invisible to you. So the next time you open your eyes and think, this is how it is, pause. Remember, you are peeking through a narrow keyhole, and while that keyhole may be beautiful, warm with color, sound, and meaning, it is only one among many. You don't see the world. You see your world, a version shaped by biology and memory. And that version, while incomplete, is wondrous. Just as a song is not a single note, the truth is not a single point of view. You are part of a vast mosaic, one voice in a symphony of perception. Not the whole melody, but a vital part of it. Your brain is never truly still. It smooths the bumps of time like a gentle editor polishing a stream of film that always lags just behind the world. Outside reality happens in an instant, but inside you are always a few moments late. The brain takes in light, sound, motion. It pauses for a heartbeat, then blends them together into a story that feels seamless. That pause, the lag, is small, maybe a few hundred milliseconds, but it's enough that you never see the world as it is, only as it was, and yet you feel the rhythm as real as breath. You don't notice the delay because your brain is generous. It lines up events across your senses like a conductor aligning the orchestra. When someone claps their hands, your eyes and ears catch the event at different speeds, and yet you hear and see it as one. Your brain stretches the timeline so that light and sound arrive together like a perfectly timed duet. But if the timing slips even slightly, like in a badly synced video, the illusion shatters and you are left peeking behind the curtain of perception. reminded that your sense of real time is a carefully woven mirage held together by neurons, rhythm, and trust. Time is not a fixed thing inside you. It stretches and bends in ways the clock never shows. In depression, minutes crawl under the weight of the moment. In mania, time races like a current you can't keep up with. In moments of trauma, time freezes, holding each frame in a slow, aching loop, and under the influence of psychedelics or meditation, time can unravel completely. You may find yourself floating through hours that feel like minutes or minutes that bloom into eternity. These shifts are not tricks. They are glimpses into the brain's role as a sculptor of time, using chemicals and circuits to paint your sense of duration. When you meditate, time may dissolve because the machinery measuring it goes quiet. You're not watching the seconds anymore. You're inside the now, fully present, untethered from the need to count, and that alone can feel like freedom. But humans don't just drift through time. We try to master it. We break it into pieces, hours, minutes, seconds. We plan, sell, save, waste, and chase it. We talk of losing time, needing more of it, running out of it. And yet, we never quite understand what it is. The irony is that what we call time is a dance between the outer world and the inner one. It's not just on the clock, it's in your pulse, your breath, your memory. What the world measures in ticks, your mind measures in meaning. That's why an hour with someone you love can vanish, while a minute of pain can stretch endlessly. Time is elastic and deeply human, shaped by feeling, place, and focus. A second is a second, yes, but the way you live it is entirely your own. And there is something else strange about being human. You don't just live in the world, you tell stories about it, constantly weaving events into narrative, turning randomness into structure. You aren't satisfied with things just happening. You want to know why. You create connections, see causes, build explanations, sometimes real, sometimes imagined, but always meaningful. Your brain doesn't like chaos. It searches for patterns, even in noise. It finds faces in clouds, voices in wind, and secrets in the stars. This ability has a name. Apophenia, the gift and the curse of finding patterns everywhere. And it's a feature, not a flaw. It's what lets you dream, create, invent, and hope. Even when the world gives you fragments, you string them into meaning. This pattern making extends to memory. You don't store your life as raw data. You keep it as stories shaped by emotion, edited with purpose. Your memories have arcs, beginnings, middles, endings, heroes, and lessons. Your mind connects the dots and then lives inside the picture it drew. That story of you may change over time, but at any moment it feels true, and that feeling matters. It shapes your choices, your values, your sense of self. You're not just a creature with a past. You are a creature who narrates that past, who explains it to yourself and to others in a voice that only you can hear, and that voice doesn't stop at personal memories. It reaches into myth, culture, and belief. Systems of story become the scaffolding for society. They tell us who we are, what we should do, and why it matters. Religions, histories, novels, all are maps of meaning, tools for navigating a world too large to face alone. They transform suffering into purpose, randomness into order, and silence into song. These narratives don't just soothe, they shape brain activity. Stories light up your neural network's mirror. Real-life events draw empathy from emotion and activate motor regions when a character runs or cries. You live stories not just in imagination, but in sensation. That's why a good story can move you to tears, make your heart race, or leave you breathless at a simple phrase. Meaning, then, is not a luxury, it is essential. Purpose anchors, you connects, you helps you endure. People who feel their life matters tend to live longer, heal faster, cope better. This isn't magic, it's biology. A sense of purpose engages reward centers, tames stress circuits, and gives you a reason to rise even when the world feels heavy. Viktor Frankl once said that those who have a why can bear almost any how, and decades of science quietly agree. But meaning doesn't need to be cosmic. Sometimes it lives in tea steam, in laughter, in a quiet routine, in a project you care about, or a person you love deeply. You don't need to name it. You just need to feel it. Still, this search for meaning can twist you. It can lead you to blame yourself for chaos, adopt rigid beliefs to escape uncertainty, or cling to explanations that comfort, even if they mislead. The same brain that seeks order can trap itself in illusion. When the world becomes uncertain, the brain gets anxious. The amygdala lights up, warning of danger. The prefrontal cortex tries to reason through the haze, but fear often wins. In crisis, conspiracy and superstition grow like vines, offering false order when none exists. Because any story, even a wrong one, feels better than none at all. The need to understand is so strong you will believe anything to quiet the noise. And beliefs formed under fear often harden. They become sticky, held tight by emotions sealed by memory and resistant to change. Even so, you persist in asking questions. Why am I here? What does this mean? What happens when I'm gone? These aren't just thoughts. They are the heartbeat of humanity. They are what lift you from biology into wonder. And perhaps meaning isn't something you find, but something you build with breath and attention, with story and silence. Cognitive scientist John Vervaeke calls humans not just problem solvers, but relevance realizers, beings who don't seek everything, but only what matters. That may be the truest definition of consciousness, not knowing everything, but knowing what to notice, or two plays a role. When you stand before a mountain, a symphony, a sky full of stars, something inside shifts or doesn't explain. It expands, it doesn't answer, it invites. It reminds you that you are part of something vast, something mysterious, or humbles but also connects. It lifts you out of the narrow self and places you in a wider field of being. It doesn't give meaning, but it opens the window for meaning to step through. In awe, you don't need all the answers. You only need the silence to hold the question. And so you live not in raw data, but in wonder. You solve puzzles and yet cherish mystery. You understand the brain circuitry and still let music break your heart. You know that stories are built and still believe in their power. You are not just a machine for survival. You are a vessel for beauty, for grief, for joy, and for love. And maybe the point was never to solve reality, but to participate in it with curiosity and care. So here you are drifting in this illusion, not of deception, but of creation. The world your brain shows you is stitched from light, sound, memory, and hope. It's not the truth, but it is your truth. It's what lets you laugh, love, dream, and try, even when the pieces don't all fit, even when the picture keeps changing. Reality is not a mirror. It's a poem, and you are its reader and its author. As sleep approaches and the questions fade into stars, let them stay with you gently, not to be solved, but to be held. Who are you? What is real? And how do you know you know? The answers don't have to come tonight. Only the quiet, only the drift, only the slow knowing that to be human is to wonder, and in that wondering to rest. Sleep well, curious soul. You've journeyed far tonight.